tunggu ada coba. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, scholars, and experts in the fields of applied engineering, economics, and social sciences, a warm welcome to the 7th International Conference on Applied Engineering and the 6th International Conference of Applied Economics and Social Sciences with the main topic of energizing a sustainable future, synergizing, synergizing green economy, circularity, smart cities, and digitalization through applied engineering. I am Muhammad Kevin, and I will be your master of ceremony for this esteemed event. Before we continue, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude to the honorable keynote speakers who have spent their time and energy to present us their brilliant ideas, and also the people who has supported this event to fulfill it to its fullest. Insinyur Bambang Hendrawan, ST, MSM, CIPMP, CIS, CP, as the Director of Politeknik Negeri Batam, and also Madam Miratul Husna Mufida, SST, MSc, as the head of committee for this esteemed event, and of course, our distinguished guests who has come with their feeling of curiosity, challenge, and desire to learn to attend this prestigious event. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite you to participate in singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gents, please stand up. Thank you. You may take a seat. And now, to familiarize you with the face of Batam, let us witness the beauty and the elegance of the Melayu culture through the performance of the Persembahan Dance. Thank you for the dancers for the beautiful performance. To begin our conference, I would like to invite our esteemed Director of Politeknik Negeri Batam, Insinyur Bambang Hendrawan, ST MSM CIP MP CIS CP, to deliver the welcoming remarks and officially open this remarkable gathering. To Mr. Bambang Hendrawan, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good day for everyone. Before we start the conference, let me give you one pantun. Pantun is poetry, traditional poetry from Melayu, yeah. But because the international conference, so I have to find the pantun in English. Okay, you can respond with Ewa. Okay. As we gather here to share our view, innovation blooms like flowers in spring. With hearts and mind, let's build future anew. Together we'll create the change we bring. I don't know if it's good or not, but yeah. Let me say also first our distinguished speaker from some countries. First, I will say the distinguished speaker from on-site, yeah, that already attend this conference. First, Professor Scott Victor Valentine, from University Brunei Darussalam. Please give applause to Prof. Scott. And we also have Professor Muhammad Syaiful Rizal bin Abdul Hamid from University Technical Malaysia, Melaka. Yeah, this is our neighbor. And also Pak Dr. Amin, also from the University Technical Malaka. And we go to our distinguished speaker from that join in online. First, we have Professor Martin Trepanier from École Polytechnique de Montréal, Canada. And we have also Professor Beni Cahyono from Coventry University in UK. And also we have two professors from France, Professor Abdes Samad El Kadi, and also Professor Thierry Delot, both of distinguished speakers from University Polytechnique Hauts de France. And also, of course, the proud of participants and also the students that attend this opening conference. Praise to be God, because thanks to His grace, we can gather in the Batam Politeknik now to start the 7th International Conference on Applied Engineering and the 6th International Conference on Economic and Applied Economic and Social Science. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and also the distinguished speakers, I think this important gathering of minds and innovation at the international conference on that we are the topic envisioning a sustainable future, synergizing green economy, circularity, smart cities, and digitalization through applied engineering and also the applied economic and social science. It is both a privilege and an honor to stand before you today as we embark on a journey to explore solutions that not only address the pressing challenges of our time, but also pave the way for a brighter, more sustainable future. As all we know, our planet is at a critical juncture. A climate crisis, resources depletion, and urbanization are demanding that we rethinking the way we live, work, and interact with our environment. The theme of our conference captures the essence of this moment, the need for a holistic approach that intervenes the principles of a green economy, the efficiency of circularity, the innovation of smart cities, and the transformative power of digitalizations. Today, we have the unique opportunity to bring together, we have expert practitioners, the lecturers, the professors, yeah, and also the students. Yeah. Each of you plays a crucial role in this endeavor, whether you come from academia, industry, government, or civil society. Your insight, experiences, and collaborations are vital as we seek to create a synergize that can lead us toward effective and sustainable solutions. I encourage each of you to engage wholeheartedly in these sessions, workshops, and the networking opportunities. Take advantage of this gathering to forge connection, share ideas, and ignite collaboration that will extend beyond these walls. As we look forward to this discussion ahead, let us be reminded that the future is not something we inherit. It is something we create together. Each of us has a role to play in building a sustainable world for generations to come. Thank you for being here, for your commitment to sustainability, and for your dedication to envisioning a future that honors our planet and its people. Let us embark on this journey together. Thank you very much. Mohon maaf jika ada yang salah. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, officially we are opening this international conference on applied engineering and also international conference on applied economic and social science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bambang Hendrawan, for your wonderful remarks. With that, we officially inaugurate the 7th International Conference of Applied Engineering and the 6th International Conference of Applied Economics and Social Sciences. May the coming days be filled with enlightening discussions, new discoveries, and lasting connections. Do enjoy the conference. And now, let's kickstart this event with a series of inspiring and interesting presentations and talks with our honored keynote speakers. And for that, I will invite Madam Nika Haryanti SS as our moderator for this session. For Madam Nika Haryanti, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nika Haryanti, and I will be the moderator for the 6th International Conference on Economics and Social Science, ICAESS 2024, and the 7th International Conference on Applied Engineering, ICAE 2024, Politeknik Negeri Batam, Indonesia, October 1st, 2024. The conference program is envisioning a sustainable future, synergizing green economy, circularity, smart cities, and digitalization through applied engineering. This is a keynote speaker session. We have 5 honorable keynote speakers with us today. The first one is Professor Martin Trepanier from École Polytechnique de Montréal. Professor Trepanier will join us virtually. Good morning, Professor. Can you see me? Right. Good morning, Professor Trepanier. I'm sorry, it's evening there. Good evening then, Professor. Can we have the vision? All right. Welcome, Professor Trepanier. Very nice to see you. Perhaps we can see the image later. And then we have Professor Muhammad Syaiful Rizal bin Abdul Hamid from University Technical Malaysia, Malacca. Unfortunately, right. Sorry, let me repeat. And then we have Professor Muhammad Syaiful Rizal bin Abdul Hamid from University Technical Malaysia, Malacca. Please join us on the stage, Professor. Next, we have Professor Scott Victor Valentine from University Brunei Darussalam. Okay. Okay. We'll move on to third keynote speakers first. Then we have Professor Abdesamad Aid El Kadi from Université Polytechnique Hauts-de-France. Professor Abdesamad will join us virtually. Good morning, Professor. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning.
Last but not least, we have Professor Thierry Denou, also from Université Polytechnique Hauts-de-France. Professor Denou will join us virtually as well. Good morning, Professor. Very nice to see you. Before we begin, I would inform that each keynote speakers will have their presentation for 25 minutes each, and discussion and QA session will be conducted after all the keynote speakers did all the presentations, so audience can write down the note for later discussion. Let me introduce again. We have Professor Scott Victor Valentine from University Brunei Darussalam. Please join us on stage, Professor. Welcome to our campus. All right, without further ado, let's welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Martin Trepanier. Professor will join us virtually, And before we let Professor Trepanier give his presentation, I would like to inform short biography of Mr. Martin. Professor Martin Trepanier is a full professor in Department of Mathematical and Industrial Engineering, Design and Analysis. He also teaches databases, information and technologies, integrated project on information systems and logistics intelligent transportation system. His research interests and affiliations are in logistics and production, information system, transportation planning, geographical information systems in transportation, GPS, RFID, smart card data processing, vehicle routing in operational logistics and data processing, Industry 4.0. He has more than 400 publications, mostly about transportation, and at least 103 master and PhD research supervision and impressive number of press reviews. At this opportunity, Professor Trepanier will present about valuing data in transport planning. Please welcome Professor Martin Trepanier.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. Everybody's hearing me? Okay, and you see my presentation as well? Okay. So, yeah. So thank you for inviting me, for being here. I'm very honored to be participating to this conference. And I will talk today about the use of data in transport planning. So as you just heard, transport planning is one of my specialty in research. So, and over the years, I have learned how can we better use data, and you will see that the questions that I'm trying to answer are about the same for every researchers who are in engineering, especially if you are working with real life data. So in my presentation, I will talk first about some transport planning challenges, data and methods. So it's always a question of trying to find the best method, but also trying to find the best data, because the data is not always available. And with some examples of research work, I will try to make some, trying to put this into context with some examples and trying to bring discussion about this topic. So in the last year, transport planning is benefiting from the arrival of new technologies that collect more and more data about the movement of goods and people. So this surge of data, so there's more and more data, and a lot of vendors also, because a lot of companies try to sell data all over the place. So this surge of data brings new challenges to practitioners and researchers, and question the validity of traditional modeling methods. So with this arrival of data, it is more and more difficult to use the actual or the classical modeling tools and methods and software that we have. So we need research to overcome that. So if we look at the transport planning challenges, I've always used a reference, which is from 1979, from Marvin Mannheim, who talked about the two challenges of transport planning. So the first one is what we call the substantive challenge of transportation system analysis. So the first thing as a researchers or as a planner, we have to intervene, so delicately and deliberately, in the complex fabric of a society to use transport effectively in coordination with other public and private actions to achieve the goals of that society. So the first goal of a researcher is try to make the world better. So, and in the context of climate change, this is particularly important. So when we are a researcher, the first question we ask is, how can we make the world better? The second one is a methodological challenge. So the methodological challenge of transportation system is to conduct a systematic analysis in a particular situation, which is valid, practical, and relevant, and which assists in clarifying the issues to be debated. This means that, yes, we want to save the world, but we need the best method to do that. And we need to do science, not only to do science and more publication, but do science in order to have the good tools and good methods to have this new and better world that we want to achieve. So looking at these two challenges, this can relate to the use of data. So how do we cope with data? And this is in transport planning, but it's probably the same in other fields as well. So we need to select the best sources of data in the right format and scale. We have to use it to address the most relevant questions and with the most adapted decision-making tools. And that's another thing, because we need decision-making tools because it's in transport planning. So we need better, let's say we need to better transport infrastructure. And this is while trying to stay away from politics and wishes, because transport is very political. Everybody is an expert in transport. Everybody uses transports every day. So as a researcher, it's hard to keep neutral, being neutral and trying to best find let's say for especially in climate change, trying to select the best modes and the best infrastructure. But this is the way that can be done in transport planning, but with right sources of data. So if we look at the data and methods, data attributes in transport planning. So we have several questions or several issues that must be addressed when we look at transport planning data. The first thing is collection methods. What are the sources of data? So we usually have two major sources. The first one is we call active data, so dedicated data. So for example, a survey, a transport survey. So you ask people things and they answer with they know that they're answering questions on transport. But the second one is very popular now. It's what we call passive data, indirect data. So let's say we collect smartphone application data, GPS data, location data, and then we can have a better view of some transportation habits or transportation modes using the passive data. We also look at the temporal scale of data. So is it data we collect every 5 years, like in major surveys in Canada? Or is it real-time data? What is the time granularity of data? This is very important in transport planning. The third thing is the spatial extent. So is it for the city? Is it for the whole country? What is the spatial precision of locations? So if it's a smart phone application data, it's usually very precise on a spatial level. In other means, it can be very diffuse. It depends also on the privacy of data. Another thing very important, especially with passive data, is representativeness. So is it a sampling or is it universal? Is it only a bunch of data, a part of it, or we get all the information? So this is very important. And the last one is the quality of data. So this is something we have to cope with every source of data. What is the quality? What is the format? Are there any errors in the system, in the data? Do we need any pre-processing? Is it necessary? So most of you who are working with data know that 80 or 90% of the work is preparing the data, and then the rest is modeling and using the tool. So this is questions that we have to look in transport planning. We also have to look at the methods. So we just look at the data. Now this data must be applied to methods. So in three major categories, the first one is descriptive. So we need descriptive methods using data. So statistical methods, visualization, especially in transport planning, we use a lot GIS, so geographic information systems. It can be also predictive. So we need models to be able to predict some phenomenons. So classical statistics can be used, or machine learning, deep learning. Also depends on the horizon of planning. So all these methods are not now available. And another one, which is more advanced, is the prescriptive methods. So this means that these methods can be used to decision making. So network planning tools, operations research. So operations research is a major, there's a lot of tools that can be used for that. Simulation. So is it classical simulation? Is it agent-based simulation? The use of machine learning and AI, artificial intelligence, is now more and more in this topic. So this will influence the data that we need to operate this. So some examples of research works. This one was a work we've done several years ago, which is public transport demand visualization. So what we've developed actually is a tool that, that was used, that can be used to actually see the ridership of each bus route in a given system. So in this case, it's descriptive. It has the bus stop level, and it's for each bus trip that is done on a network. And the data we had at the time was payment transactions, so smart card data. We had onboard counts, and we have also the JTFS, which is the public transport network data. So with this data, what we did was cleaning the data, estimate the destination, because in Canada, smart card is only tapped at the boarding of the buses, not as a tap out when you get off. So we had to estimate the destination. We had to rectify the sampling, because not everybody has a smart card. And we had to develop a web interface, a GIS mapping tool. So everything is influenced by the type of data that we have to operate with. Another type of work was typology of car sharing members. So car sharing is a system where people can borrow car. It's very popular in Canada, especially in Montreal. There's more than 5,000 cars now in the system. So it's the same thing. It's descriptive at the individual level. Each group and each month, we had to develop the typology of the car sharing members. So we use the member database, the reservation transaction, station locations, because in this case, smart card can be station based on the street. And the same thing apply. We have to do data cleaning, create member month data vector, and use clustering techniques. So clustering is very popular when you have a lot of data and you have a lot of data to cope with. Here we have more than 50,000 members, hundreds and thousands of transactions. And then we can get groups, like for the example here is like we have user months, what we call user months. So each user within a month go within a category. And then we can look from one month to another if the user remain in the same category, or the member. So this is something we often do when we do clustering. So clustering, you need a lot of data to do this kind of methods. Another example, this is spatial temporal the clustering of data. So we used the bus stop level data, the same type of data, which is transaction, the payment, like was done before, but now we look at the origin and destination of each trip and try to cluster all these trips using the hierarchical clustering and dynamic time warping distances between the different origin destination pairs. For that, because there's hundreds of thousands of OD pairs, we have to do sampling. And in this case, it will often happen if you have a lot of data. Sometimes you have to apply some kind of sampling, and then it can be useful for transportation. We tested many sampling methods, and for transportation, actually 1%, 2% sampling is way okay, because the people have almost the same behavior. If you are in transportation system, the modes, the lines, the hours of the day, many people behave are similar behavior. So this is for descriptive method. Now, if you look at predictive, so we try to predict. In this case, it was passenger flow prediction. So what the student did here, we were trying to predict the actual passenger flow of each subway station of the Montreal system, even a year in advance. So we can use all the historical data. So the smart card payment transactions, we have every transaction in every station, the calendar events, so let's say the holidays, weekends, and also the special events, so concerts, everything that is predictable that we have, festivals. So this was integrated. And what we do actually is test many different methods. Here you have a lot of methods in the table. So the first one is HA, which is historical average. So let's say we use only the historical average, and then we can refine, go to very advanced machine learning and deep learning techniques like gated recurrent unit, random forest, and then we can improve the modeling. So usually, depending on the setting, some machine learning methods, sometimes it's random forest, sometimes it's GRU. So it's never the same method. It usually depends on the context, on the type of data that you have. So this is another thing that we have to remember. It's AI is not solving everything. And sometimes a good old method can fit, but also, even if it's AI, you have to find the right method to be able to solve. Another thing here is we try also to use a prescriptive approach to synchronize public transport network buses. So you know that bus line, you have to synchronize for the transfers. And then we also use payment transaction, passenger counts, real-time GTFS, and we try to reconstruct the trip of every individual. And we use bus run strategies. So we can hold at stop, we can skip stop, we can speed up the buses. And with the arc flow model and online stochastic optimization, we can try to find the best combination of strategies to be able to give the best result or the best travel time for every users. So some user may be disadvantaged, but the overall people in the bus would be advantaged by the method. So this is another example of the things that we did. This is a visual representation showing the buses. So here the black lines are the buses, the dark one, and then you get some buses are just wait at some bus stop, and then you see all the passenger flow. So we can simulate every passenger in the system. We also use data and optimization in winter maintenance. So I know that maybe that's not the case in Indonesia, but in Canada, there's a lot of snow during the winter. So we have to organize the maintenance of operation on the streets. We have to put spreads, salt and sand and so we use truck telemetry, weather condition, a GIS network, and we can organize a mapping system with an arc routing optimization and be able to find the best road for the trucks, depending on the condition, the weather condition. So this needs a lot of data, and especially historical data, because the snowstorm happened in the winter, but it's maybe 6 or 7 per winter. So we need a lot of years of data to be able to have enough observation to be able to predict the effect of snowstorm. So to conclude, data is much needed in transport planning. We need it, but the traditional planning tools must be adapted because we have new types of data sources and there's large quantities of data. There's a continuous flow of data in some cases. So before we were working with data every 5 years, now we have to work with continuous flows of data. This changed the game. And research helps, but we should, the first thing I've learned is that we should not force the use of AI. I know that AI is very fun. Everybody wants to do AI. It's a very nice buzzword, but it's not because it's hot, because it has a utility. So we have to find a way to use the best method. Sometimes old methods can do the job if we use them properly and with some adaptation, especially for large bunches of data. So I thank you very much for this, for hearing me. And I'm since it's the beginning of the night here, I may not able to stay with within during the hand, but I think that you will have a nice discussion with the people here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Martin Trepanier, for that excellent presentation. It is a very productive morning for us. And from your presentation, Professor Martin, it means not all modern or sophisticated thing dealing with AI, right? Old school is needed too, so we must combine them based on data. That is splendid. Thank you. All right, let's come to our second keynote speaker from University Technical Malaysia, Malacca, Professor Dr. Muhammad Syaiful Rizal bin Abdul Hamid, Master of Science. Before Professor Muhammad Syaiful Rizal bin Abdul Hamid giving a presentation, let me inform a little bit about Professor Syaiful Rizal. He is a professor in Faculty of Technology Management Technopreneurship, University Technical Malaysia Malacca. His current position is as Dekan in Fakulti Pengurusan Teknologi and Tekno Usahawan. He teaches undergraduate and postgraduate and actively doing 28 research since 2004, mainly in manufacturing. He had at least 23 grant awards for the past 19 years. I read about this, sir. That's so impressive. Besides as a trainer, keynote speaker, and consultant, he also has written publications and journals since 2019. Professor Syaiful Rizal also has 2 copyrights. The first one in 2021, Total Systemic Solution for Smart Farming Ecosystem, and the second one in 2024, the Smart Document Management System in Supporting Malaysia's Sustainability Palm Oil Standard. Please welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Syaiful Rizal bin Abdul Hamid, Master of Science.
Are we using this microphone? Yes. Okay, all right. So, is it here? Okay. So there's a pointer? No, but I use this microphone. That's okay. There's a pointer? If you have. Who control my slide? Are you control the slide? Okay, all right. Okay, shall we begin? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Ya. Suara saya okay ya? Bergema ya? Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Much better? Okay? Can you hear me? Boleh dengar ya di hujung itu? Boleh ya? Alhamdulillah. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning again. InsyaAllah, today I'm going to deliver in two language ya. Dalam dua bahasanya itu. Boleh adjust sikit mikrofon kalau boleh adjust. Satunya mungkin dalam bahasa Inggeris dan yang keduanya mungkin dalam bahasa Upin Ipin. Pernah dengar kan? Kalau kita up satu level sekarang ni, Boboiboy Galaxy. Itu yang paling latest. Okay, so today what I'm going to talk is in line to what you're doing, which is the International Conference on Applied Economics and Social Science, envisioning a sustainable future, synergizing green economy. So this is somehow, you're going to use your teams to project and to share what we have done, ya, apa yang kita laksanakan di Melaka, di Malaysia, ya. InsyaAllah kita akan nanti. Okay, next. Ya, teruskan ya. Next. Okay, this is a pop thing ya. Soalan yang biasa diutarakan ya. When you meet a new faces ya, ramai yang ada di hadapan saya. So selalunya apa soalan yang dalam minda kita? Who are you? Where you come from? Who you are? Who you are and where you come from? Okay, next please. Next slide. So this is me. I'm Saiful Rizal from University Technical Malaysia Melaka. We are very common. Ada persamaan kita. Keduanya itu kita lantas dalam teknikal universitas. Ya. Dan saya pun tak jauh saja. Seberang naik ferry 1 jam begitu 45 minit sudah boleh sampai ke Johor. Dari Johor itu lebih kurang lantas hampir kurang lebihnya 2 jam dan akan sampai di Melaka. InsyaAllah. Tak jauh, maksudnya kalau awal pagi, bisa sore itu, petang sebelum maghrib itu sudah boleh sampai. InsyaAllah. Okay, teruskan. Okay, this is myself, this is my background a bit before we move. I think kalau dalam bahasa, tapi mikrofonnya pecah ya? Boleh saya pinjam mikrofon kamu, I think better. Kita cuba cari yang okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Ini better kan? Ini lebih baik. Saya percaya dengan satu stigma yang mengatakan tak kenal maka tak cinta. That's why saya letakkan juga. Ini nampak lebih mudah lah. Masa itu masih pria lah. Masa itu masih lagi mas ya. Kalau sekarang sudah bapak. Okay. I was doing my PhD in Strathclyde University in design manufacturing. Back that time was when the picture was taking lebih sini, di sini lebih elok rasanya. Okey kan? Gemar ada apa? Ekor ni tinggi. Gambar ini sekitar 2010, 2006 ya. PhD ketika itu kalau dalam 2 bidang, iaitu dalam bidang teknologi management and quality itu tak ramai yang membuat transdisciplinary. With that knowledge itulah yang saya laksanakan. Dan saya telah dilantik menjadi keynote speaker ya. Sebagai contoh di UNES, di Tohoku, Japan, di Atmajaya dan sebagainya untuk berkongsi ilmu dan bersama. Okay, teruskan. Scott, we having a problem a bit, yeah, with the ni. But boleh dengar ya? Boleh dengar okey lah. Tapi kat depan ni saya dengar gemar balik apa yang saya cakap. Okay, teruskan saja tak apa. Okay, berbalik kepada hari ini, saya mohon dengan izin, let's go back to the fundamental. Because we're talking about just now, as the conference say, it's about sustainable. Yeah, I'm sharing this thing because it's good to go back to the roots of thing where we can have some commonality of understanding. Maksudnya, kita sama-sama faham, kita berada dalam halaman buku yang sama. Okay, today I'm going to talk about what is sustainability. Yeah, ramai orang bicara tentang perkara ini. Tapi dalam konteks yang simple, kita mengatakan meeting the needs of the present without sacrificing future generation ability to meet those needs. Kerana apa kita bicara tentang environment sustainability. Dalam sustainability itu boleh dipecahkan kepada 3 yang utama. Pertamanya, kita berkatakan tentang environment sustainability. How you care about the environment. Caring about the environment. Secondly, we talk about economic sustainability. And last but not least, you cannot run. When you talk about society, you need to also conquer the understanding of social sustainability. Okay, continue please. Teruskan ya. Urus Setia, teruskan. Jadi dalam konteks ini, kalau kita perlu pergi semula kepada rootnya, asalnya, di mana konsepnya mengatakan, from Brundtland Commission 1987, menggariskan dengan mengatakan, meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. With the possibility that humans and other form of life on earth perish forever. Kerana apa? Pentingnya generasi saya dan generasi anda semua, ya, siswi-siswi dan juga masa depan. How we going to protect environment? How we going to make sure the right social justice and also economic well-beingness of things and wealth, yeah, creation. That's why we say sustainable development says enough for all and forever. That is the basic thing that we have to understand first. Okay, teruskan ya. Next. Jadinya, the core concept dan sustainability yang akan saya bawa hari ini memberitahu tentang apa maknanya intergeneration responsibility, where you need to have the ecosystem thinking, carrying capacity of the planet to absorb waste and support life in order to make sure the social justice, human right. Kerana apa? Responsibility dan tanggungjawabnya itu langsung merujuk kepada perkara penting dalam pokok pangkal ekonomi, environmental, social dan culture yang perlu kita terapkan dan perlu kita preserve, yang perlu kita pastikan benda itu berkekalan. Okey, teruskan. Itu basic fundamental belief ya, yang perlu ada. Okay, next. Jadinya, bayangkan satu metafor kerusi. Awak duduk atas kerusi kan? Kerusi itu kena ada berapa kaki? Kalau ada 2 kaki, kerusi itu boleh duduk atau tidak? Stul itu. Boleh tak? Enggak boleh kan? Maksudnya kerana itu pintas perlu ada 3 perkara pokok pangkalnya 3 benda ini. Sustainability itu tidak boleh hanya pilih satu aja kalau tidak dilihat kepada 3 rangkum holistic view-nya. Holistic view-nya itu mengambil kira economic leg-nya, good job, fair wages, infrastruktur yang baik, ya, perdagangan yang itu yang menguntungkan pihak dan bukannya satu pihak dominan sahaja. Environmental leg, no pollution and waste, renewable energy, conservation and restoration, and not to forget your social leg, yeah, working condition, education, community and social justice. Why? Quality of life, genuine wealth, sustainable business lead to the sustainable value creation, which is the fundamental belief. Okay, terus. Next. Jadinya saya ingin mengajak audien hari ini kita berbicara tentang apa yang ada sekarang. What we have now. If you go back to the concept of sustainable development goal, it was back in 2000. Originnya itu ketika itu tahun milenium. Ya Pak, tahun milenium itu kerana itu namanya MDG, Millennium Development Goal. Dari bila? 2000 sehingga 2015. Jadinya apa yang berlaku selepas itu? The transition of the things come along to SDG, which is about changing the world in 17 steps, from 2016 specifically to 2030. Kita sekarang ini berada di 2024. Ya, somehow kita sudah berada di tengah-tengah garisan pelaksanaan kepada Sustainable Development Goal. The question is, the SDG is about dignity, prosperity, justice, partnership, caring the planet and caring for people. Why? Because the Sustainable Development Goals has proposed 70 goals with 169 targets. That is the idea when we talk about sustainable and sustainable development goals. Okay, teruskan ya. Bacakan aja. Jadinya to put dalam kluster yang kita boleh nampak ya. Ini konsep yang sebenarnya bercakap dengan sustainability. Ini saya petik daripada United Nations ketika di awal penubuhan back in very early that time, it was released on, I still remember that time, I was with the General Secretary that time, on 21st September 2015 with the representative of the United Nations. Okay, next. And to put the model on that thing, you can imagine that this 17 SDG can be put under the compass Ya, kalau kita masuk ke dalam hutannya ada kompas kan? That compass will show you the dots, west, south, east. It's about the nature, climate change, ocean ecosystem, well-beingness of people from the end poverty, anti-the-war and sanitation. Society itu merujuk kepada sustainable city, global partners dan sebagainya. Dan ekonomi itu termasuklah industry, innovation, consumption, production dan sebagainya. Ini contohnya. Supaya ya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, maksudnya pria-pria sekalian, siswa-siswi itu boleh nampak ya ke mana asalnya keperluan United Nations dalam bidang sustainable. Sustainable itu ingat ya, perlu ada ekonomi, environmental dan social. Ketika itu, kalau tidaknya tidak seimbang. Jika adanya satu saja tidak seimbang, kalau ada duanya itu tidak boleh duduk. Ada tiga itu baru ada tiga paksi yang kukuh seperti satu standing stool. Okey, teruskan. Jadinya sekarang ini mengetahui tentang pokok pangkal tentang keperluan current SDG sehingga 2030 saya mau panggil ya pria-pria ini, siswa-siswi untuk membawa ya melihat kepada satu real case implementation dan praktis yang telah dilaksanakan. Saya mengambil contoh ini, contoh yang saya telah membuat research kajian di Malaysia. Teruskan. Next please. Ya, teruskan ya, maju. Okey, turun bawah ya. Okey. This is the case. I want to show you the case of Green Hotel in Malaysia. Yeah, the Palace Hotel. The name of the hotel is Palace Hotel. It is in Kota Kinabalu. Where is Kota Kinabalu? You don't give me the laser pointer, so I cannot. Okay, I just show you. Ini West Malaysia, East Malaysia ini sini ya, Sabah, Sarawak, dan dia berada di sini. Kota Kinabalu is very near to Philippines. So that is a part of where the hotel is. Okay, what is so special? The hotel say, go green, sustaining our vision with the conscious efforts, where the commitment in the preservation of the environment and taking the initiative act in keeping environment green is the mantra ataupun slogan daripada hotel tersebut. Okey, kita teruskan. Next please. Teruskan aja maju. Okey, teruskan. Okey, we pick the Palace Hotel ya. Kenapa kita memilih Palace Hotel di Malaysia? Since it is unique and we wanted to learn more about what is going on in this part of the world. The Palace Hotel is one of the business that may fit well in the sustainable development model. Is one of the methods of working. Okay, teruskan. Next, terusnya. Therefore, the main reason untuk kita memilih contoh hari ini tentang Palace Hotel ini kerana apa? Kerana Palace Hotel ini menyediakan perkhidmatan yang bersifat green practice. Pelaksanaannya itu bersifat green. Kerana itu kita nak kaji ya. And presenting unusual instant. And this was witnessed by the exemplary achievement ya, kejayaan yang diperoleh oleh hotel ini melalui award dan juga prestige Green Hotel dari Ministry of Tourism Culture Malaysia since 2014 dan juga pernah mendapat a check benchmark bronze status, a check Australia 2014 dan sebagainya. Kerana itu dia dipilih bagi tujuan untuk melihat sejauh manakah hotel ini mampu untuk mencakupi SDG, Sustainable Development Goal yang ada yang diterapkan oleh United Nations tadi. Okey, teruskan. Kita mau kaji dan tonjolkannya. Okey, ini antara praktis yang dilaksanakan di Palace Hotel Sabah. Pertamanya, dari segi marketing ya, departmentnya ini daripada praktis. No plastic bag, bottles, no shark fin surf, no MSG, organic and sustainable farming, and produce the only serve the hotel dining outlet, but also sell supply for individual because it must be organic. Yeah, it's a chemical free. Okay, next please. I show you all the practices by department, and they also have healthy menu for wellness and well-being. Dan juga mengatakan ya, engagement involvement with NGO, Grow Green, seminar, conference, exhibition, semuanya dilaksanakan di hotel tersebut. Okey, teruskan. Saya lajukan aja ya perkara ini yang nak dikongsikan. Teruskan ya. Next. Okay, in term of food and beverage, apa yang dilaksanakan? Dia melaksanakan reuse of cutleries, BYO, bring your own when order and take away, organic vegetable serve, supply biodegradable product dan sebagainya. Ini semuanya bersifat apa? Tidak ada chemical, mestinya organik dan sebagainya. Itu maknanya. Okey, teruskan. Kita teruskan tengok amalan kerjanya ya. Teruskan, next. Housekeeping. Bagaimana housekeepingnya dilaksanakannya? Housekeepingnya reusable magazine into disposal bag for all guest room and public toilets. Ya, reusable cardboard and packaging boxes and so on. Ya, and last but not least, use of recycled cooking oil into candles. Ya, proscots and usage of crafting dishes and so on. Okay, next please. Kita tengok lagi amalannya di sana ya. Okay, apa lagi yang dibuat? Termasuklah penggunaan reuse of key card holder ya. Itu pun diguna semula. Okay, next, teruskan aja. Okay, dari segi maintenance apa dibuat? Termasuklah melaksanakan work to eliminate toxic and chemical. Tidak ada toxic chemical. Dia ada energy saving controller, installation of water, submeter device for monitoring and improving of the water efficiency. Ya, ada ya. Okay, boleh ke depan ya. Back tadi. Power dia tidak ada ya. Sekejap ya, saya mau tekan dulu ya. Purchasing, maintenance. Okey, kita pergi ke maintenance. Dan last but not least, dia juga menggunakan water catchment ya. Rain water and heat stream for organic herbs. Saya lajukan saja. Contoh maintenance yang ada termasuklah penggunaan low flow and dual flush system, usage of heat pump system, and they also have the LED energy saving bulb. Bulbnya itu digunakan LED sahaja. Dan safe smart elevator system untuk elevator. Okay, what else? Dalam konteks department of pembelian ya, purchasing, buy non-toxic biodegradable products such as cleaning toiletries dan juga menggunakan buy item with reduced packaging and so on. This is policy. Okay, saya lajukan aja. Ini contohnya. Ada projek yang dibuat termasuklah sustainable fishing on the seafood, recycling grey water dan sebagainya. Itu dilaksanakan. Dan ada best part, ini yang dibuat. Ya, manajernya itu Mrs. Pang ini mengutamakan farming with management team and staff, MOU signing ceremony with the environmental department dan staff training untuk go green dan sebagainya. Okey, saya lajukan ya untuk tengok apa dibuat. Ini contohnya. Bagaimana hotel itu menggunakan semuanya tanam sendiri sayur-sayurannya. Supaya pastikan benda itu organik, tidak ada chemical free. Dan organik ini apa yang dibuat? Working closely dengan syarikat atau perusahaan di situ, namanya Global Ecology, untuk pastikan food wastage dapat diproses menjadi apa? Menjadi organic fertilizer dalam masa 24 jam daripada food waste yang ada di hotel. Itu dibuat. Dan organic fertilizer itu nanti digunakan pula kepada program Adopt the Farmer, iaitu program bersama dengan farmer ya, bersama dengan petani-petani, pesawah menggunakan baja organik daripada sisa makanan yang dibuang di hotel, the leftover. And all the harvest dari itu hotel kitchen to prepare and serve hotel guests as well as client and so on. Okey, begini ya. Jadinya ini yang dibuat. Ada satu program bersama Pak Tani dan pesawah untuk pastikan yang petani itu mampu menyediakan sayur-sayuran dan buah-buah yang segar. Dan sayur-sayuran dan buah segar ini sebenarnya itu dia biayai melalui apa? Baja tadi itu adalah organik yang diberikan oleh pihak hotel. Hasil daripada recycle daripada food tadi, makanan yang tidak habis di hotel. Dan lantas daripada itu mampu membantu, ada berapa minit lagi? 5 minit. Untuk membantu petani pesawah yang miskin. Ya, yang miskin tadi itu dia tak perlu jual di tempat lain, hanya perlu memberikan kepada hotel. Kerana itu ini yang berlaku. Hotel food waste yang tidak habis itu ditukarkan kepada apa? Kepada organic fertilizer. Baja organik tak sampai dalam masa 24 jam. Dan kemudiannya proses ini pergi kepada mana? Pergi kepada natural sustainable farming tadi. Farming ini adalah di mana? Daripada adopt a farmer. Daripada farmer-farmernya yang miskin. Tapi dibantu oleh pihak hotel supaya pemasaran itu sentiasa dipasarkan kepada hotel tersebut. Lantas dari itu, pergi semula kepada natural, free, vegetables, promote green dining hotel restaurant. Dan kemudiannya, kalau berlakunya food waste ni nanti ditukarkan kepada baja semula. There is the idea, a big love in here. Economic, circulation of economic. Okay, ini contohnya di sini ya. Apa yang ada di hotel itu, memang kalau anda pergi ya, siswa-siswi, organic vegetable garden. Ini memang bersama dengan petani pesawah ya, di ladang-ladang di sana. Dan seterusnya apa yang dibuat, ditukarkan waste item itu kepada recycle creation, seperti Prof Scott semalam ya. So ini semua inovatif creativity thinking dari waste yang ada di hotel itu ditukarkan dalam bentuk preservation and creative thinking of thing. Ya, okey, teruskan. Ini untuk waste bagi tujuan creation untuk season casual wear, magazine travel dan sebagainya. Ini dilaksanakannya. Ini untuk apa? Festive season. Ditukarnya tadi waste itu kepada seasonal Christmas, New Year, Chinese New Year dan sebagainya. Untuk menunjukkan bagaimana kita menggunakan sisa-sisa tadi itu dan diterjemahkan dalam bentuk yang lebih inovatif ya. Jadinya with all this thing, hotel ini telah mendapat berbagai award ya, and been named as the Palace Hotel, Green Hotel, and to certify all this thing. Ya, ini semua contoh-contoh, dia banyak lagi hadiah yang diperoleh. Jadinya apa finding? Ya, apa penceritaan storyboard daripada kisah ini? Comparing the finding from the Palace Hotel case, again this SDG and summarized from the comparison are presented in the table. Don't worry too much ya, jangan risau ya, jangan khawatir tentang data ini. Yang pentingnya soalannya di sini. Is the SDG contact being applied in the Palace Hotel? 17 SDG itu adakah telah dilaksanakan? Jawapannya, nah. Ya, semuanya ada, tick in the box, yes. Ya, SDG 1, end poverty, ya, sudah tiada masalah kebuluran. Mampu membantu penduduk sekitar dan community of practice. Kalau turunnya ke bawah ya, global partnership sebagai contoh. Dia sudah membuat partner MOU dengan local authority, termasuklah adopt the farmer. Ini justifikasinya. Jadinya, what does it tell? Ini konklusinya. Sudah konklusi ya, jangan risau ya, jangan khawatir. Pertama, the conclusion can be drawn that the Palace Hotel way is a viable option, and by learning from the experience, we can gain a better understanding of the big picture, and this learning experience can be generalized. But this does not apply indirectly, but is applicable to any other business. However, if we look at the different firm now, we'll be able to grasp it more rapidly. From the perspective used in the research, as a result, the Palace Hotel approach is not the only way ahead or the only way it may happen. It can serve a model for how the case was chosen, prototypal in terms of being green and self-sustainable. Maksudnya mudah saja, apa yang kita tonjolkan ini menunjukkan jika benar mana-mana perusahaan itu melaksanakan green practice, sebenarnya itu dia mampu inline kepada apa yang telah ditetapkan oleh United Nations 17 SDG, 17 SDG tadi ini. Ya, yang menerapkan daripada SDG 1 goal itu and poverty sehinggalah ke SDG 17. Itu yang boleh kita buat apa? Check and balance untuk melihat senarai semak apa yang kita telah laksanakan dalam pelaksanaan green practice itu sendiri yang merujuk kepada sustainability dalam konteks environment, ekonomik dan juga sosial. Okay, let's be continue. All right, so beforehand, okay, that's the conclusion, and this is me. I hope I'm not, time's up. Just nice, Scott. So basically, this is myself. I'm Professor Saiful Rizal, This is my primary research. I'm more on quality, technology, and also sustainability developments and orient technology and speech management. That is my research all about. Ya, jika ada sebarang soalan yang nak dilontarkan dan sebagainya itu, boleh ditanya dan kita boleh kongsi perkara ini. But that, thank you so much and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor. That is splendid, isn't it? Audience agreed that is a splendid presentation? Indeed. Right. So we talk about the balance of four things about well-being, nature, economy, and society. So, yeah. I actually personally really it's very impressed me about the Green Hotel, actually. It can take all of the SGD, all 17 of them. That is great, sir. Thank you so much. Oh, right. I see. Okay, that's very impressive. Hopefully we can do that too here in Indonesia. Please give applause one more time for Professor. Let's now come to our third keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Scott Victor Valentine, MBA, MSc, PhD. That's a lot, sir. He is a regenerative planning and circular economy professor. Professor Scott, all right, has over 30 years of international business experience in sales, advertising, marketing, and business development. He has led startups of 4 businesses in Asia, 2 in Japan, and 2 in Taiwan, and successfully implemented business re-engineering projects in the Philippines, Brazil, Hong Kong, and Tunisia. His current work focuses on helping firms to create and implement circular economy strategies, working with governments to establish circular economy support strategies, and advising on energy efficiency and energy transitions in both the public and private sectors. In this opportunity, we are honored to watch his presentation, Circular Economy Strategy Cluster. Please, Professor Scott Victor Valentine, the next 25 minutes is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi. Can you hear me? Okay. I will speak very slowly. Okay, I promise. I work in circular economy. Do you know circular economy? No, right? So we know circular, circle. We know economy. So you put it together and you get pen, pineapple, apple, pen, right? So circular economy is a difficult term. So today I will explain to you what the circular economy is. Then I will show you a research I have done in Japan, okay? Which is actually very fun research. So this, my friends, is the circular economy. It's this easy. So the goal is this: resource, productivity, optimization. So difficult. It just means every resource, everything we use, we try to get the most value from that resource. That's it. The most value we can. So the first thing we want to do is reduce. Don't use resources. If we don't use resources, but we make things, we make more money. The second thing is reuse, right? So if we can reuse something, it is better for our economy, better for our business. So this is it. It's very simple, the circular economy. So when you see this at the national, so for Indonesia, this is the bigger level. So companies, right, over here, trying to do all of this. And then over here, consumers, you and I, trying to do all of this. And together, this is where it becomes circular. This is the circular part of the circular economy. Okay? Now, there is also a strategy to the circular economy. And I will give you an example here. Has any of you made soy milk? You have? Yes? Yes? Anyone over here? No? You're the only one that's made soy milk. Tonight, when you go home, try to make soy milk. It's very easy. You take soybean and leave it for 8 hours in water. Okay? Then take your soybean and you put it in a mixer and mix it up with water. You put it in a bag like this, and that's how you make soy milk. So easy, right? Right? So, this is soy milk. This is soybean husk. Okay? So, when you make soy milk, this thing, do you throw it away? No? Yes? Do you throw it away? Or do you use it? Throw it away, right? Okay. So, from soy milk, if you want to make tofu, you put in this, nigari. It's Japanese liquid, or lemon, to make tofu. And then you make tofu, right? But this, in Japan, we call this okara. Yeah. 日本語喋られますか？誰が日本語喋れる？ダメですか？ No Japanese? So, okara means the outside of the bean, the shell of a bean. So this is made from this. It's called okara. So in Japan, everything, every part of bean is used. So okara, this is okara. This is the soy milk. This is the tofu. Everything is used together. So that is the idea of the circular economy. You try to use everything, okay? Okay. So if you do this, and Professor Scheifel described this as SDGs. So here's maybe SDG 8, 9, 12, SDG, what's that one, 9, I think? This is like SDG maybe 1, okay, no poverty. So all of these are SDGs, and you achieve this through the circular economy. Okay. And if you practice the circular economy, you can also reduce greenhouse gas emissions significantly. Okay, I'm going to get to the good part. So for us here in ASEAN, ASEAN has adopted a strategy for the circular economy. Indonesia too. So the first study was Malaysia, then Brunei, and now Indonesia is creating a circular economy strategy. So very soon, for you students, you will be learning more about the circular economy soon. Okay. So let me tell you a story. What is the circular economy? Let me show you, okay? This is a project I did in Japan. I live here in Itoshima. This is in Kyushu, southernmost island in Japan. Beautiful, right? Okay, so I asked these 9 companies to join me and to learn about the circular economy. So we had these companies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, okay? I asked them to work together to help each other to become stronger companies, to make more money. This is what happened. Turmeric. When you grow turmeric, there is a beautiful flower. Oopsie, what's happening here? When you grow turmeric, you get this beautiful flower, and it's very fragrant. It smells really nice. So, bunk, essential oil from turmeric flowers. Now, essential oil, mask company. Essential oil, mask company. Essential oil, mask company. Bad breath. Bang. How about if we put oil into the mask? So when you wear the mask, it smells nice, right? Okay. The turmeric farm. When you grow turmeric, there is a leaf like this, right? There it is. You can use the leaf for making masks. So the leaf, you mulch it, you mix it up, and you bind it together with glue, and you can make a mask from the leaf. Possible. Third one, turmeric, sake company. Sake company has a restaurant. In the restaurant, they serve curry rice, okay? So, take some turmeric, put it on top of the curry rice, right? Now, it's a small thing, turmeric on curry rice, but when you put it on, the customer says, this is from Japan. This is from a local farm. So it gives them a competitive advantage. It makes it easier for them to compete. It makes customers happy to come there. So small thing, turmeric on curry rice. Okay, next thing. This leaf here, knitted goods. You can make shirts from leaves. So we can make a turmeric shirt from this leaf. Amazing, right? So instead of throwing it away, we make shirts out of it. Interesting, right? Okay, this company. How can this company, this is a cafe, how can this company benefit? Well, first of all, I take turmeric, paprika, spices, cumin, put it together. This is a curry pack. So you buy the curry pack, you open it, you put it in water, you mix it up, you get curry, right? So from the farm, we take spices, we sell it at the cafe. Possible, right? Another one. This company has a bakery. They have a bakery. They make bread. Okay? So the bread that they make comes from sake no kasu in Japanese. Sake no kasu. It's when you make sake, you have rice after. They take the rice and they mix it with flour. So rice plus flour, and they mix it to make a bagel. So they make these beautiful bagels from sake. Interesting. So we could sell the bagel in the cafe. Another idea. Third idea. We take the shirts that are made from turmeric leaf. We sell them in the cafe. Okay? Another idea. Bamboo, right? How about this? We make coffee cups from the bamboo for the shop. Do you see how we're starting to create a community together? Together we are, I just learned that today. The word for together is bersatu, right? Means to be together. So to win together, right? So here's another one. Tomatoes, curry rice, bunk, new dish. Another one. Tomato and sake. What can you make? In Canada, we have a beer, a special beer. It's called Red Eye. Red Eye. So I and Red Eye. And we call the beer Red Eye because it's half tomato juice, half beer. It's really refreshing. And when you drink it, you use it for hangover if you're not feeling well. So we call it a red eye. But if you put these together, a new product, a new special product. Another one, tomato ramen. This ramen is made from pork bones, right? Now, not everybody eats pork, right? So this company, does not have any customers that don't eat pork. But how about this? Huh? What happened there? Where'd it go? Oh, here. Take some tomato, garlic, miso, noodles, vegetables. Put it together, a new ramen dish that we can sell here. So now we have pork soup and vegetarian soup, right? A new product for this company. Over here. In the bottle, how about if we put a little knitted jacket when you give a gift? So we can have we call this a bottle cozy, right? How about the bamboo? Sake cups. Right? How about the relationship between here and here? Miso plus sake rice, sake kasu. Put it together. Now you have a special type of miso that you can make your ramen from. Another new product, another collaborative product. So you see here, all of this, if we talk about here, bamboo, knitting, bamboo knitting needles, right? Suddenly now we have a new product, bamboo and masks. Oh, where was that? Where was that? Where did I go? Oh, There. Bamboo, mask. We can use bamboo to make the masks. Right? Another new product. Bamboo and ramen. This is called takenoko, the shoot of the bamboo, right? So we can use that for the ramen. So look at what happened here, right? Wow, right? At the beginning, there was this, 9 companies. They didn't know each other. There was no connection. Now, we have this. Everybody working together. So let me ask you, where would you like to live? Would you like to see Batam like this or like that? Right? It's an amazing world. Now, I want to show you some photographs of the people that were working in the workshop that I taught, okay? Watch their faces. Photo number 1, workshop 1. Photo 2, workshop 2. Photo 3, workshop 3, okay? Look at their faces. Watch. Workshop 1, everybody's apart. Workshop 2, a little bit more discussion. Workshop 3, closer together. Workshop 4, we are now visiting each other's shops. And look, this is workshop 5. Look at the look on people's faces. Look at his eyes. Look at the body. Look at the interactions that people are having. So here we have created this, but really we have created a community, a group of people who get to know each other. So Professor Shaiful talks about the community side of SDGs. This is the community building part of the circular economy. And the thing is, so here in Batam, you could easily do this, right? All you need are these 5 things. Build capacity. So the university could be doing training in the circular economy. Create a market. So where can you buy resources? Where can you sell resources? Okay. Provide research. So at the Politeknik, you could provide this type of research to show people how to do this. Network building. So we bring people together and have these types of workshops, right? And then finally, this idea of a circular economy hub to bring it all together. But you could do this in Batam, no problem. You just choose an area, get together, start to talk about how can we help each other? How can we work together? And once you start to do that, you will find that you develop these types of ideas really easily. So, okay, that's it. Anyway, thank you for listening. So very similar.
Thank you so much for that remarkable presentation, Professor Scott. That is really an eye-opening, isn't it? The concept of 5 reuse, repair, remanufacture, recycle, and residual recovery. That is really give us something to think about for the future, to save our future, all of us. So once again, please give a big applause to Professor Scott for the presentation. All right, let's now come to our fourth keynote speaker. It's Professor Abdesamad Aid El Kadi. And Professor Abdesamad Aid El Kadi will join us online virtually. And before he begins his presentation, I would like to give some short biography of Professor Abdesamad Aid El Kadi. He is an associate professor at INSA, and he has expertise in optimization, logistics, production planning, operation management, modeling, simulation, inventory management, SCM, production/operation management, and lean manufacturing. He has at least 63 publications, an amazing 15,627 reads. Yes, I'm counting. And last time I checked, 482 citations. Please welcome Professor Abdesamad Aid El Kadi.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. I don't know if you hear me.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please welcome to our event, Professor.
Okay, so you're hearing me. Thank you so much. So good morning, dear colleague, dear professor, dear researcher, innovator, and student. Before starting, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizing committee for the privilege of being here with you. I'm profoundly honored to stand before you here and to talk with you, especially about this very important topic, which is creating together or thinking together about how we could shape our sustainable future. Indeed, with the climate changes, the resource depletion, and the rapid utilization, our world is changing, and we have to think seriously how to do, or we have to rethink our relations with the planet. So my talk is about, I put this title just to, but as you said, my field is mainly operational research. I'm doing modelization, optimization, and simulation, and artificial intelligence to build or to help in decision making, mainly in managing logistic operations. So the topic I'm trying to cover today, how to shift towards circularity to sustain our planetary boundaries, and I will tackle mainly and how to do or how to view the logistics and the supply chain to improve the sustainability and the resilience of our systems. So the agenda of my talk will be as follows. I will start with a small context in which I will depict the urgent call for circularity, why we have to shift towards circularity. Then a small definition, but the professor before me, he gave a good definition about the circular economy. Maybe I will give another view and then we will discuss about that. After that, I will talk a little bit the relation between circular economy and sustainable supply chain. And mainly I will get back to my topic, what we could do in operation research to help shift into circularity. At the end, I will talk about this chair of excellence that we hold at our university. And the main topic of the chair is regarding transport, sustainable logistics, circular economy, and the new technologies. And I will give some example. So my talk will be in a summary, and then if there is any question, I will could go in details. So please also feel free to stop me if I overpass the timing or anything. Just make a sign and I will stop. So to start with the context, I will start with this maybe unpleasant situation. I don't know if you heard about the 9 planetary boundaries. This concept or framework was introduced in 2009 by the Professor Johan Rungstrom. And the idea behind this, they gave us a framework to understand the limit within which humanity can be safe. And the limit, if you look to the picture at the right in the slide, are the inside in the green part. And we are by 2023, which means last year, overpassing 6 of those limits. So these limits are 9 limits. We call them climate change, the novel entities in the air, also the ozone, the atmospheric aerosol loading, the ocean acidification, biodiversity, the water, and the land usage, and so on, were overpassing, were transgressing 6 limit among these 9. So in fact, the planet will not survive if we continue doing business as usual. We have to stop. We have to shift our thinking and our way of doing things. This is from one side. The other part of the context, this is coming from a project that we did here in the north of France, but these elements are also, I think, valid for other situation. Is that overall we're experiencing an overconsumption of natural resources. In fact, the surge in using natural resources is too high, and our activity has a high impact on the biodiversity and on climate. There is a lot of crises, health crises, war, movement of people, and so on. The transportation also has a big part of responsibility in these emissions. We have 25% of the emissions due to the transport. Also, we're experiencing the advent of new technologies. These new technologies that could maybe bring some opportunities to help us solving or tackling the problem. Also, the industrial context here in the north, but mainly because the project is dealing with transport and logistics. This is the main topic of our laboratory. In fact, in our area here and everywhere, we have a lot of infrastructure. We have many different modes of transport, but we don't use them wisely. Also, the infrastructure are becoming old, and we have to take care of all these things. There's also what we call the twin transition. In fact, we're talking about the digital and the ecological one, and the fact that they are happening together, how to use them, how to take or to care about these two transitions to build a better system or better logistic, mainly in this case. Another thing is the VUCA framework. I don't know if you heard about it, but it's a framework that help manager to, or that tell to manager that they have 4 challenges that are different to face. The first one is the volatility, which means things are changing faster, especially with our era of digital things. Things are changing very fast. Uncertainty, we're not able to do prediction, or the prediction is very hard. The systems are more and more complex, and also the ambiguity. The idea is that if you ask two different people how they estimate the kind of situation, they could not give the same answer. And in some situations, especially in circular economy, there is a lot of usage of circular economy that is not sustainable at all. Even our project of the chair started from the fact that in our region, we're talking a lot about circular economy, but there is no result. And then we stated that maybe the logistic has to deal with that, and we have to figure out how to solve the problem. So from this consideration, there is one first thing, is that the linear economical model is no longer good. It reaches its limitation. As my colleague before stated, the linear model is, as in the picture, you take from the nature, you take these natural resources, you make some product or service, then you use people, they use the service or the product, then they throw it in garbage. And this way of doing things, this legacy system will no longer work. They are not sustainable. In fact, this linear model was one of the responsible of the transgression of many planetary boundaries, like the climate change and the biodiversity, and also the usage of the soil. And you have here some statistic about the resource depletion and the waste generation and so on. So the linear model reached its limit, so we have to shift another way. The best way is to do things in a circular way, which means ideally we do not use any new resources. The same resources, we will use it to bring a service to the customer, then we put it again in the system to build another cycle, and so on. It's like the rain cycle or any other example from nature. But is it possible to reach that ideal situation? I don't know. But let's go a little bit through what is circular economy from my point of view. The circular economy, it presents a sustainable alternative to the linear one, because it's focusing mainly on extending the lifespan of the product. We're maintaining the value of the product and the resources. We will use the product as long as possible, but also we use less resources and we try to generate less waste. The objective of circular economy, it's not recycling. As we have waste, we have to recycle them, but the objective is that no waste, no new natural resources in the system. So circular economy could be one of the solutions to address or to mitigate these transgression to planetary boundaries. And you have as example using renewable material will reduce the biochemical flows. Also, we will enhance or we will reduce the CO2 emission. So we need to shift to circular economy. And here in summary, the core principle of circular economy, you have to design out of waste and pollution at the beginning, before even starting thinking about the product or the process. You have to take care about the entire life cycle of the product and do the necessary such that the product doesn't generate no waste or less waste, no pollution, and even the process of making the product should be as clean as possible. Then you have to keep the product and materials in use for a longer period to increase the lifespan of product, and at the end regenerating. This is the ideal situation, or at least to do recycling. So we're working in the beginning before even creating the product, and the idea is to design product that use less materials or less new natural resources, and that generate less waste and less pollution. And once the product is made, we have to keep it alive for a longer period. And this is one suggestion. From the other hand, the supply chain and the logistic in general was one of the problem that causes that we transgress all these boundaries because of the carbon emission, the resource utilization, and you have here some statistic. Even here for where the transport is accounting for approximately 40%, and they think it's even more than 40%. But the logistics are responsible of carbon emission, resource utilization, and also the misuse of the land. The supply chain significant contributor to climate change, land system changes, and other boundary transgression. So we need to rethink our logistics to do it differently, and this is what we call hopefully sustainable supply chain. A sustainable supply chain is a supply chain that achieves the three goals of sustainability, which means economical goal and ecological one, but also social and societal goals. Supply chain can become part of the solution because if we're doing some sustainable procurement, we do not do any supply using materials other than renewable materials or recycled material. If we work on that, we will improve our system. Efficient transportation, we do some optimization to use the right route with less emission, with less impact on the environment, and to use wisely the resource that we have. Because the logistics also, we need roads, we need buildings, and these roads and building is one of the cause of the artificialization of the soil, and this is also has an impact on the biodiversity. Also using some clean vehicles, even if some researchers they think when we're talking about clean vehicles like electrical vehicles, it depends where the energy is coming from. Like from a small example, one of my colleagues, he's saying when they started using electrical vehicle in Paris, he said the idea is that they do not put just pollution outside of Paris. And the idea is that the electricity, if it's generated through using some non-renewable energy, it's the same problem. Also closing the loop of the system, making things circular, managing the end of life, collecting the end of life of product and try to recycle them to put them again inside the system. So the next slide is just to give you there was a lot of work regarding the circular economy and supply chain, and even circular economy. There was many models. We're starting with the example. I will try to pinpoint it to view it. In fact, the first example was around 1992, and mainly when we're talking supply chain with circular economy, we're talking about reverse logistics, and up to now we're still talking about that. Then there was other framework, the butterfly framework, and the resolve framework from Ellen McCarthy, and the last one, the one that we have here, in which even we're talking about stronger sustainability and weaker sustainability, which means within the circular economy, there is some some ideas that bring weaker sustainability, or sometimes they are not even sustainable, and there is other situation in which we're creating more sustainability. And this is what we call the hierarchical circular economy. In fact, the different R of the circular economy are ranked depending on how much sufficiency they create in the system. The next slide is just to give an overview of the outcome of circular economy and to assess that it's beneficial for our environment, for our society, and even economically. And there's many studies, a lot of studies that shows that the circular economy could increase the productivity, create many jobs, or also the fact of reusing materials from other sources. This is also an advantage, economical advantages, creating many jobs. From the social point of view, there is new jobs that are created in the region, but also we have the increase of the resource productivity by 3% worldwide, and this is also a good impact. From the environmental point of view, it contributes to the reduction of the emission of CO2 and all the greenhouse gases. So this is for the circular economy. As I said, the linear model reaches its limit. We have to shift to circularity. The logistics has a higher impact on our environment, on our planet, and this is one of the problems, and we have to move. As I said in the beginning, my field is operation research. So I will start here just by giving a definition of what is operational research. We call it operations research or operational research. The simple definition is the science of doing better with less. And this is operational research. It embedded a lot of sciences inside. In fact, when you're doing operational research, you have to master many fields. Like mainly it includes some mathematics, some simulations, some network analysis, QA theory, game theory, and artificial intelligence. And we were dealing mainly with mixing the AI with operational research. And what we mean by that is that both of them, they deal with the same problem, which is decision making, or they tackle what we call the perfect decision, and this is the classical model, and AI, they tackle the human-like decisions. AI is part of OR because OR is any science or any tool that help you managing operations or taking decisions. As AI contribute in finding a solution or building decisions or helping in taking decision, it's part of OR. But also we could say that OR is part of AI because we using OR or optimization inside these neural networks. We talk about the overlap in soft AI, only in soft AI, which uses many of the same algorithms that we use in OR. OR is used in AI like in hyper heuristic, in simulation, or in digital twins, which is an extension of the simulation, but this is dependent on the point of view of researcher. AI, it uses OR because we're using these algorithms in learning, deep learning, and so on. So operational research, this is it roughly, is the science of doing better. And with the advent of this new technology, we could change the way we're doing optimization and use these tools in a wise way to tackle the problem that we're facing due to the sustainability issues. So operational research and optimization in circular logistics. I listed here just some example of problem that we could tackle in which operational research could solve some logistic problem wisely to bring more sustainability in the system and to make the circularity more effective. We're talking about the network design and optimization, which means designing the right network that would support, in fact, the implementation of circular economy. What we found as a problem in our region sometimes is that, in fact, to make things circular in the network, in the ecosystem, there is some organization who are missing because the entire network is not well designed. And there's other problem related to the network design. Inventory management and demand forecasting, if we're doing it wisely, there will be less waste because, especially for perishable product, if we manage them well, in fact, you will avoid any waste from these products. Transportation optimization and green routing using some clean vehicles, using some optimization to avoid. Let's say I have an example that I will list later in which beside the port, in fact, we're trying to take into account the traffic jam, the activity in the port in such way that when the truck is going to the port, crossing the city, it will not stop. It will go with the same speed, and by that fact, we achieve a lot of CO2 emission reduction. Reverse logistic and closed loop, and this is even for some people is one of the key elements in circular economy, because we have to collect the end of life of the product to get them back in the circuit. The decision support system and advanced analytic that have been tuned differently to take into account all the three dimensions. I will provide the decision that help achieving economical objectives, ecological and social objective also. In some situations, in fact, in you're focusing only on optimizing the economical KPI, you're missing something, because we found some situation in which you shift a little bit, which means you're always achieving the same performance from the economical point of view, but by shifting a little, you're achieving also some result regarding the environment or the society. Here in the next slide, I will skip them. They give some example for each one of the problems that I highlight, like the network design, the inventory management, the demand forecasting, transport optimization, decision making, and so on. And I will add to our project. In fact, these projects, it's this chair about of excellence regarding the transport circular economy and sustainable logistic. It's done with Professor Joseph Sarkis, and the idea behind is that from these elements that I listed before, what would be the logistic of tomorrow that help implementing the circular economy. In summary, the idea behind it, the chair is that the linear model has reached its limit. We need more resilient and sustainable systems, and this is what we experienced during the crisis like COVID-19 and so on. But also in our region, we need some people who are well trained. We need qualified people to manage this new logistic. And also behind the shade of servitization. This servitization, a lot of business are shifting to servitization. Even this, it changed the schema or the way that we are doing the activity, or we need a lot of logistic, we need different logistic. We have to shift toward circular economy, but in our case, we're talking also about short circuits, because this is one of the solutions to avoid a lot of transportation. And we're tackling two problems: how to build this new logistic, or how to make circular economy effective through the logistic. What is the logistic and the supply chain that we need in a such way that organization could implement circular economy? This is from one side. From the other side, how to get or how to apply the circular economy principles to the logistic itself, to make the logistic clean, sustainable, and viable. Our vision is like this circular, and this is one hypothesis, because at the end I will ask you a question, because the hypothesis that circular economy is aligned with sustainability and resilience. We're using that as a basis, as a hypothesis for, let's say, circular economy can be fundamental to the solution of our problem, and new technologies can be supportive. The transition is an opportunity, the two transitions, the digital one and the ecological one, and we have to capture or to get the most from these transitions. Balancing to balance economical and environmental and societal performances, and to do so, logistic and transportation and part of the solution should be part of the solution by using wisely all the mode of transportation, designing the right network, using all the technologies, and using the optimization, because it's still that the transport and the distribution, the network design, this is the backbone of the logistic and of the supply chain. And the aim is to build a viable logistic which is based on circular economy and which is supportive for circular economy. The objective mainly here it's for our project is designing sustainable and resilient supply chain based on circular economy principles. So from this consideration and this objective, what we have to do optimization differently. We have to shift our mind. I listed here just some elements that maybe we could use them for the discussion. We have to think and include the relation across many disciplines. To solve a problem, the problem are complex and they need many experts around the table. When I'm dealing, like another project in which we're dealing with a digital twin of a warehouse, the process, a bigger part of process is manual. So how could I create the virtual part of this manual process? And around the table, we have other expertise, not only people expert in computing or optimization, but also in behaviors, human science, and so on. So we need this cross-disciplinary thinking or development. We have to also take advantage of the new technology like AI, big data, digital twin, blockchain, and even also quantum computing. We have to rethink our business model. We have to change them, even the optimization. The classical way of saying, okay, I have an objective to optimize, and they describe it in a certain way. We have to do it differently. I'm asking because we're starting some project, but we don't have yet the right solution. We have to shift our mind completely. Either people how they consume, but also people who are designing these network and these logistics to make or to bring the service to people. We have to think globally and holistically. We have to analyze the potential of globalization versus localization. Normally, the localization, or if you're doing things local, could be better. Short circuit is better, but in some other situation, globally is better than local. We have to talk about equity, inclusion, and so on. The idea is we have to integrate circular economy and sustainability and resilience concern at the source, at the beginning, when we are designing our product, our algorithms, our solutions, and so on. Now, I will move to show just some example of project that we start with our student. First one of them is one of my students who started doing a survey. She did a literature review. She was digging in articles, but also she make a survey, a questionnaire that she sent to some experts. And the idea behind which technology is the best to make the circular economy more effective. The task is really hard. Then she shifts to talking only about reverse logistic. How could we correct the end of life? And then she split the steps of reverse logistic and tried to ask the experts, according to them, which technology is the best. The work is still under progress. Up to now, she has 67 answers. The majority, the 2/3, are from academia and 1/3 are from practitioners. In a summary, what you get as a result, if you look here in the middle, it's the high transportation cost is one of the barriers to implementing circular economy, or if I may say, reverse logistic. But we're thinking that reverse logistic is part of circular economy, and maybe we're mistaken. But the idea is that she focuses on reverse logistic as part of closing the loop, making things circular. Also, when she asked the people which step in reverse logistic is the most important, in fact, all the steps are important, but mainly the collection. Regarding the technology, mainly data analytics and IoT, this is what we found. And in fact, we are at the beginning. We have to assess these findings and continue the research. Here you have a matrix. In the matrix, we have different steps in a reverse logistic from one side. Here at the entrance of each row. For the columns, you have the different technologies that she reviewed from the literature. These technologies are part of Industry 4.0. And here inside, it's the score that people or these experts they gave for each technology, for each step in the reverse logistic, and mainly the collection and IoT and big data has the highest score. Additive manufacturing, one thing that it's beneficial for reverse logistic. In fact, there is no direct benefit from additive manufacturing, but maybe we could use it in the design or something like that. Also, in the survey, she tried to check if the practitioner and academia they have the same feeling about these technology regarding the usage in the reverse logistic. And mainly, you see the matrix is green. They agree on the majority, except in the simulation. And we're digging to find why in the simulation they don't have the same point of view. At the same time, while she's doing this survey, she's trying to figure out what is the idea behind is which technology is the most relevant to make logistic good for an effective circular economy. And she started working on some optimization problem like in facility allocation and vehicle routing problem. In fact, we're collecting the waste and how do we design the roads optimal way while we're taking into account at least two of the objectives of sustainability. In this work, she's using some mathematical modeling and she tried to model the cost and the emission. And this is why I said we need some pluridisciplinarity people around the table, because how to model, how to put an equation on the well-being of a driver or the fatigue of a driver, this is a hard issue that we're trying to find how to solve it. In other projects, we use this simulation. Another project in the same way, this is what we call sustainable ERP. In fact, here you have to monitor at your collection point either the level of product that you have to deliver and the product that you have to get back. And here we're trying to think a scheme of closing the loop. Well, while we're delivering, we're getting back the product, but through the technology, we're able to monitor the level of both the product that we're going to deliver and also the product that we have to collect. We could monitor their level, and we have to synchronize that with the traveling of our truck to minimize the cost, but also to minimize the impact on the environment in terms of CO2 emissions. In this work also, we're trying to include the social impact, and the social impact as the fatigue of the driver. There's other dimensions, but we're trying to do our best. Here is another example in which we're dealing with urban logistics, and this is completely different. In fact, the idea behind is using the crowd logistics, the crowdsourcing. The idea is that in the city, there's a lot of spaces that are not used during the day, and there's a lot of vessels, there's a lot of vehicles that are moving. How could we use them wisely to do the last mile logistics? And for the same problem, we do some mathematical modeling, some heuristics, but we model, in fact, here, this is the cost of transportation, but this is the cost that we're going to, or what we're going to pay to crowd shipper and so on. And this is part of the social aspect. Another example of usage of technology is the e-procurement with blockchain, how the blockchain could improve the process or the flow of information. And once we master that flow, we're expecting that the physical flow will be nice and we could do it without that much impact on the environment. Another example here on using some machine learning to do the forecasting, not at single point, but for the entire network, and using some physical internet aspect to improve the distribution or to understand in the best way the needs of our customer and our supply chain, and then design the right answer that achieve the sustainability. Okay, so the time is up. I will end with just listing the remaining examples. The last one here is, sorry, it's not moving. Okay. The last one is about the port of Marseille, in which we did the simulation. The idea behind the simulation, it's how to evaluate the impact of cooperative intelligent transportation system and building a more ecological and eco-friendly transport. Another about the digital twin, and then we'll go directly to the conclusion. Major point is that dealing with OR and how to make the circular economy effective, and how all these questions regarding the supply chain sustainability and transportation is important and relevant. There is little work, we encounter little work in that field. Also, another thing that we found that circular economy is not that clear. There is no common definition. We have to, in fact, people, when you're talking about circular economy, some people they think only talking about recycling. Who's going to oversee the circular economy? There is the soft side, what you call the social side of circular economy, how to measure the circular economy, the greenwashing problem, and they will end my talk with this question: is circular economy really sustainable? And up to now, we have some situation in which the answer is no. The majority is yes, but many situations in which is no. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry if I overpass a little bit the limit.
Thank you so much, Professor Abdesamad. Please give a big applause for Professor. That is a very insightful presentation, Professor. Thank you so much, and very broad information that you bring to us for this lovely evening. Let's hope there is an acceleration on the implementation later. All right, let's come to our last but not least keynote speaker. It's also he is also from Université Politeknik de France, Professor Thierry Deluc. Let me read some of his biography, his expertise in wireless networks, ad hoc networks, and sensor networks. Professor Dulu has research interests in data management, data science, mobile computing, smart cities, smart parking, vehicular networks, and information systems. He has at least 98 publications, an impressive almost 10,000 reads and almost 1,000 citations, mainly focuses on mass transportation. Please welcome Professor Thierry Delu. Professor, the next 25 minutes is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Loud and
Okay,
clear, Professor.
Perfect. So, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the introduction. I will share my slides. So thank you very much for the introduction. I will first, I'm glad to be here with you for this keynote, and I'm really thankful for this invitation, and I really appreciate it. So I will talk you about smart parking strategies in the context of smart cities. I will share with you the work we have done these last years on the topic. So this problem, unfortunately, everybody knows it quite well, and everybody has experienced the difficulty sometimes to find an available parking space, and the time lost, the stress it can generate for drivers. This can also lead to an additional risk of accidents, since your attention when you're looking for an available parking space is no more focused on your driving activity, but you're looking around trying to find the resource you're looking for. And last but not least, looking for an available parking space leads to additional unnecessary fuel consumption and CO2 emissions. And in this context, we are trying to use, as Abdesamad already mentioned in the previous talk, we are trying to use data science, optimization, and artificial intelligence to solve these issues. But there can be additional dimensions considered also related to this parking context. I mean, for example, park and ride, and with the increase of electric vehicles, parking will be more and more related to finding charging points for a certain period of time also. Here are some figures from different countries all over the world. There have been some studies showing the problems related to parking in terms of additional traffic generated in the cities, with sometimes in small street a very important percentage of the vehicles cruising for finding an available parking space. The percentage of CO2 emissions also related to this activity. When people are looking for an available parking space, this can lead to congestion and also to pollution. So unfortunately, I don't have accurate data about the situation in Indonesia, but sharing information with Mufida, I know that even close to you in Batam, there is sometimes very difficult to find an available parking space. So the originality of the approach we followed to help drivers finding an available parking space, consists in managing competition between drivers. We actually believe that this point is essential since the parking problem is highly competitive and people are fighting to find a resource in this context. Today, more and more information is available about parking occupancy, sometimes even real-time data that can be collected with different technologies like video-based solutions, crowdsourcing, because people can also provide information about the parking occupancy, and even the use of sensors which deliver very accurate information, since you know for each parking spot if the parking spot is available or not. So we believe that the challenge here is to share information with caution to effectively balance the offer and the supply and the demand. Because if you provide everybody with the same information, everybody will drive towards the same area. And then at one point, there won't be for sure enough spaces for everybody. So we are trying to balance supply and demand in this context. And one of the challenge is to tackle the important dynamicity in this context, since the supply and the demand will change all the time, because parking occupancy continuously change, but also people looking for an available parking space may appear at any time. I will show you the first approach we followed in this context. So this work was done around 2029, and we first considered a decentralized solution to manage parking lots. So we call this work the design of a reservation protocol, even if we in this work had no actual way to physically reserve a parking space. This protocol was rather intended to share information about available parking space around closed vehicles. So in this work, we rely on vehicle-to-vehicle communication using short-range networks. And the principle of the protocol was to rely on a coordinator in charge of the allocation of the resource. So the goal was actually not to share the information with everybody, but to keep the dissemination of the information controlled between a subset of the vehicle. So the best candidate to be this coordinator can be the vehicle leaving the parking space. And the idea of the protocol is that when a driver leaves the parking space, it can broadcast the information around and inform closed vehicle about the fact that it's leaving the parking space, without at this stage information about the actual location of the parking space. So the vehicles whose driver is interested in such a resource can provide their interest to the coordinator of the process, and then the coordinator will choose one of the vehicles, and then you can apply different strategies to give a priority to the vehicles. And the elected vehicles, the elected driver will be notified with the location, the GPS coordinates of the available parking space. And this driver will send an acknowledgement and then drive toward the available parking space. So we got a best paper award at the Mobility Conference in 2009 for this work, and yes, it was a nice walk, an exciting walk to work on this. But then we decided to move with the development of mobile telephony networks and the need maybe also to manage parking with not so small granularity. We decided to move parking management at the city scale. So here, our objective is to assign a parking area, not a single parking spot, but this can be a parking lot, this can be a section of a road where connected vehicles participating to our system will be notified of a place. They will find an available parking space while they are driving toward their destination. So we have increased the granularity, and to solve the issues we have mentioned at the beginning of the talk, our goal is to minimize both driving and walking time for drivers to reach their destination. So I mean the time needed to reach the parking, but also find a parking space close to the final destination of the driver, and also matching our preferences in terms of price to pay, in terms of type of parking, and so on. So our assumption is to rely on a centralized solution. So for example, a central server deployed in the cloud, which will be responsible for allocating every driver parking. And this server knows the destination and the current position of all vehicles using our service. Obviously, some of them are not playing with us, and we are somehow blind for these vehicles. We do not know that they exist, but we have to consider that they will also influence parking occupancy. And we also need to know the real-time occupancy of the different parking lots in the city. So the idea of this approach is that, for example, when you leave home, you will provide your destination as you do for your favorite navigation application. You will provide your destination and your preferences in terms of parking lot and proximity with your final destination. And then you can start your trip, and before arriving, you will be notified about the final destination, that is the parking, where you will actually find an available parking space when you will arrive there. The challenge is the main challenges here in this work are to design first dynamic allocation models to handle the dynamicity, and then you need to be scalable, because you obviously at the city scale have a lot of vehicles to take into account, have a lot of parking areas to consider. And you also have to be very efficient, because you need to find a good solution for every driver as fast as possible, because the driver won't wait for hours that you have found the optimal solution. And you have also to react to continuous changes in terms of supply, demand, also traffic conditions in the context of the city. Then I will talk you about also forecasting that is needed on parking occupancy, and these challenges have been particularly addressed in the PhD of Marko Mladenovic and Miratul Mufida, who have worked with us in Valencia. So basically, the parking allocation problem consists in matching a set of vehicles with a set of parking. So we know the set of vehicles, we know the set of parking lots with the occupancy, and we know for each driver the final destination. So we will try to minimize, find a global optimal solution, and trying to minimize both the time needed for the vehicles to reach the parking we assign to them, and also the time needed to reach the destination from the parking we assign to these drivers. To support the continuous changes, we have decided to make allocation this decision at regular time steps. So we will solve the allocation problem continuously at every time step, and then we will keep the vehicles in the loop until their driver actually reach their destination, because you never know what can happen on the way, and for example, if there is a traffic jam, this can change the plan, and then you have to react accordingly and provide an alternative solution for the drivers. Also, we are able to change, to have a recourse decision. So we are able to change to reconsider some of the decision if this can improve the optimal solution, provided obviously that there will be as less impact as possible for the driver. So this is an illustration of what may occur at decision stage. The allocation engine is deployed on the server. It notes the status, the occupancy of the different parking lots we manage, and it handles a set of requests in progress. So at stage T, some new vehicles, some new requests may arrive. This request will be processed, and two cases may arise here. Either you have enough spaces in the parking lots matching the driver's preferences to allocate these vehicles to the parking, or you can, even if the supply is not enough, you can also wait the next time steps to allocate, to assign these drivers with a parking space. And once the vehicles are processed, their drivers will be notified, and then they are able to drive towards their final destination. So at the following time step, the status, the occupancy of the parking may change. New vehicles will be in the loop, and you will process them, and so on. So here our dynamic allocation, parking allocation model. So we try to minimize both the time needed to reach the parking and the time needed to reach the destination, starting from the parking. In terms of, so we consider only the set of active vehicles monitored by the system, and we will obviously try to assign to a parking lot less vehicles than the capacity of the parking, and we will also consider that every vehicle is allocated to only one parking lot, matching to the driver preferences. So in summary, we designed an original framework for solving the dynamic parking allocation problem. It is executed in near real time, so we are able to support the constraints in terms of response time, and we have incorporated decision changes to react upon the arrival, for example, of a new decision. So there are still some possible improvements, like, for example, the integration of waiting queues in the allocation model, which are for the moment not considered. And it's sometimes better to wait 2 or 3 minutes in front of a parking lot if you know that some vehicles will leave the parking lot shortly, than driving, for example, 10 minutes to reach another one, and then an additional 10 minutes to walk toward your destination. Also, to take a good allocation decision, you do not only need to know the real-time occupancy of the different parking lots, but you also need to know the occupancy at the time when the vehicle will arrive at the parking lot you allocated to this vehicle. And so therefore we had to work using deep learning on short-term forecasting parking occupancy models. And the idea is to be able to determine the future occupancy of parking lots in, for example, the next hour. So as you can see on this slide, every model has usually had somehow regular occupancy trend, but this trend may be completely different from one parking to the other. And as you can see here, even for a single parking, from one day to the other, this trend may also be different. So forecasting in this context is not that easy. There are existing solutions providing who experience machine learning or deep learning to solve this issue. With Mufida, we started working on this problem, and we design deep learning models to achieve this. Our model today provides a very good quality forecast. The originality that they're working continuously. They are working all the time and with continuous quality, and therefore we integrated exogenous data about traffic, weather, and also about amenities surrounding the parking lots, since they actually influence the way the parking occupancy will occur over time. So this is an example of occupancy trend for one parking in Lille, in a big city in the north of France, which is near a concert hall, and which is somehow difficult to forecast because the occupancy is completely related with the different events that you cannot easily forecast if you don't know them in advance. In terms of validation, we obviously run hours of simulations for validating the model. We obviously trained models and perform tests during hours also. But today we also designed a real prototype of this work that will be soon tested by real users. So it consists of both a server and for the front end, we design a mobile application delivered to drivers. This application is under deployment in the different stores, and it will be the test with real users will start in a few days in the context of our Park on Time project, and with the great support of CNRS Innovation. So the driver may enter its destination, and we will provide the parking lot matching to the preferences of the driver, and then we did not implement the navigation system, but we can directly redirect the driver, the user, toward his favorite navigation system, like Waze or Google Maps, for example. So in conclusion, we showed that it's completely possible to manage parking at a city scale to achieve the performance needed to allocate in almost real time parking to every driver. There is still a lot of interesting work to do in this context, to consider, for example, electric vehicles to help people to commute, help them park earlier and then use a tram or a bus to reach their destination. We are still trying to improve our AI models with different type of data to forecast the occupancy of the different areas. And also we are starting working, and this is an important dimension if you want to actually reduce CO2 emissions. We are trying in the scope of this mobile application, we are trying to deploy incentive mechanisms to encourage some of the drivers to change their behavior. I mean, for example, park farther from their final destination and accept to walk more, accept to commute and use public transportation and so on. So here we are trying to work with specialists in psychology, for example, to deploy such incentive mechanism. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be glad to answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the great presentation, Professor Delu. The presentation from Professor Delu really opened our eyes about the very problematic thing that happens to city right now about the parking space. And from Professor Delu's presentation, we can see that he offers a lot of solutions that we can make to prevent that to happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, audience, I will open Q&A and discussion session. And for this first session, I would like to invite 3 audience to ask question. Please raise your hand and then mention your name and major. And then please tell us to whom the question is addressed to. Please. Any questions? All right. Yeah, there's a question. So whether it will be Is there any question? And also for audience who watch online, you can also ask question by chat.
Maybe we check the chat first, or this is.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, please, Miss.
Okay. Supply chain sustainability benefit not only companies, our interests and those of their stockholder, but also society at large. How can manufacturing company effectively integrated community needs and environmental sustainability into their supply chain policies?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you repeat again? And perhaps this time mention your name and also from what major and to whom the question addressed to.
Okay, my name is Sintawa Yuhati from Business Management Department. Okay, I say how can manufacturing company effectively integrated community needs and environmental sustainability into their supply chain policies?
All right. Is there any specific professor to answer this question, Ms. Sinta?
Speaker,
To the speakers.
Prof. Saiful maybe.
To Professor Saiful.
Just answer it here. Okay, hopefully I try to answer as much as I can understand what your question. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong kalau ada silap dan sebagainya. Okay, seperti yang saya sebutkan tadi, ya, dalam konsep accessibility yang dimajukan tadi itu melihatkan kepada 3 cabang utama kan. Pertamanya melibat kepada dari segi environmental practice. Kenapa environmental practice itu penting? Kalau konteks manufacturing sebagai contoh, kan, kebanyakannya untuk dia perlu mencapai standard-standard tertentu. Ada standard seperti ISO 14000 sebagai contoh. Environmental Management System yang mengatakan setiap part dan produk itu perlulah chemical free. Maksudnya mestilah mesra alam. Tidak ada substan yang boleh mendatangkan bahayanya kepada keselamatan nyawa dan sebagainya. So this is one of the keperluan kepada accessibility tadi itu kan. Jadinya that's why kepentingan environmental itu di situ kita nampak betapa pentingnya sustainability dalam konteks environmental itu to hit the note. Keperluan terhadap barang-barang, substan, part dan sebagainya itu mestilah bersifat mesra alam dan mengikut standard prosedur yang perlu ada ataupun standard specification standards that must be comply. For example, under the chemical regulation and so on, termasuklah penggunaan terhadap dari segi namanya kita kata untuk carbon emission yang keduanya. Keperluan terutamanya untuk automobil sebagai contoh dalam manufacturing yang melibatkan pollution dan sebagainya itu diukur berdasarkan CO2, CO2. Itu pun perlu diambil kira mengikut keperluan standard yang ada. Itu environmental perspektif yang begitu ya. Okey, yang keduanya pada segi dalam konteks perusahaannya di industri. Kenapa pentingnya pula spektrum dari segi sosial? Kerana apa? Kerana kita perlu melihat, memastikan yang social justice itu berlaku. Di mana pihak perusahaan perlu menyediakan ruang tempat tinggal, ya, accommodation kepada staff, accommodation kepada pekerja dan sebagainya, to make sure that the social performance and well-beingness of people also being taken care dalam konteks itu. Kerana apa? Okey, contoh, saya tidak sebut nama company ini, tapi ini yang berlaku. Ini kisah benar. Ada satu company ini, dia menggajikan, maksudnya dia ada staffnya itu daripada orang asing, orang luar. Dan kemudiannya, dari segi welfare itu tidak dijaga. Jadi apa yang berlaku? Pekerja ini, the foreign worker, membuat tuntutan dan juga makluman kepada BBC News. Ya, British tablet BBC News. Dan BBC News pada ketika itu telah menghantar ya juru foto dan juga daripada pihak NGO dan sebagainya yang terlibat dan mendapati benar yang dakwaan mengatakan pekerja itu tidak diberi well-being jagaan, ya. Tempat tinggalnya sangat kecil, tempat tinggal itu sangat buruk, ekosistemnya tidak bagus, dan juga pekerjaannya itu di perusahaan juga tidak bagus. Jadi apa berlaku? Nah, lantas kontrak besar yang didapati oleh perusahaan tadi itu langsung di-cancel. Jadi dia hilang saja projeknya yang berjuta-juta. Ini kisah benar, saya tidak mahu sebut nama company itu. Nah, kerana benda ini adalah merujuk kepada social performance yang ada tadi ini. Kerana dalam konteks dunia sekarang, dia melihat bukan saja kepada ekonomi performance. Ekonomi performance itu boleh diukur melalui penyata annual year report. Sama ada dia menunjukkan keuntungan, ya, profit ataupun tak profit lah. Maksudnya sama ada defisit ataupun profit. Maksudnya dalam negative loss. Itu kalau dulunya pengukuran itu hanya berdasarkan financial performance. But now perusahaan juga perlu mengambil kira elemen social performance. Seperti yang saya sebut tadi, staffingnya, well-beingness of people dan sebagainya. Yang keduanya juga perlu diukur dalam bentuk environmental performance. Ada satu kes lagi yang saya berikan. Ini langsung bercerita tentang kes benar. Perusahaan ini, saya tidak mahu sebut namanya, didapati apa yang berlaku telah menyebabkan banyak penebangan pokok, a loss of the deforestation. Menyebabkan orang hutan itu dan contohnya binatang itu hilang habitat asal. Jadi apa yang berlaku? Sama juga. Projek-projeknya itu terus disedara hitamkan dan menyebabkan perusahaan company itu tidak dapat meneruskan kontraknya dengan company-company besar yang lain. Kerana apa? Ia dinilaikan berdasarkan kepada environmental performance yang tadi yang menyebabkan bahaya kepada planet dan bahaya kepada sosial, iaitu persekitarannya itu memberi kesan terhadap sosio penduduk setempat atau community sekitarnya itu, community of practice. Kerana itu sekarang ini berbalik kepada cerita saya tadi, performance itu bukan hanya lagi diletak pada indeks, ya, financial saja, ekonomi, tapi juga dilihat kepada sustainability-nya itu dalam bentuk social dan juga mengambilkan environmental tadi. Boleh kan? Okay, terima kasih.
Thank you so much for the answer, Professor Saiful. Is that answering your question, Ms. Sinta? Thank you so much. For the second question, please. Please mention your name, Major, and to whom the question is addressed to. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon. I'm Ima from Major. This question for Mr. Palantin. Sir, talking about reduce and reuse useless items. So what about human resource that we think COHS not contribute more? So how can we optimize their potential? That's my question, sir. Thank you.
All right, very interesting. How can we optimize?
Yep.
Right.
All right, thank you. I'd like to answer the other question too, if I can, okay? So, human resources. You are right. Human beings are resources. So I think what we need to do is we need to be sure that we are constantly training people to allow them to do more difficult but higher paying jobs. I think that's really important. So in Brunei, we have many people who work as security guards, right? Can you imagine being a security guard? 8 hours a day, how boring that must be. And then you come home and you're so tired because you don't feel like you have contributed much, right? So if we can do the same thing with a camera, if you want to have security. Take the security guard and train him or her to do something that is more meaningful to them, is part of the circular economy, for sure. So thank you for the question. Can I answer your question? You wanted to talk about sustainability plus the economy, right? Okay. Are you ready? Before we go today, let's study Japanese together, okay? Okay. Okay. We're going to learn how to count, okay? Okay. So I'm going to count the lights. You ready? So just repeat after me. Ichi. Sorry, over here. We'll start here. Here. Ichi. Ni. San. Shi. Go. Roku. Shichi. Hachi. Kyu. Ju. Oh, you're very good. Juichi. Juni. Jusan. Juyong. Jugo. Juroku. Jushichi. Jihachi. Niju. Oh, very good. Already at 20. Wait. Nijuichi. Niju-ni. Niju-san. Niju-yong. Niju-go. Niju-roku. Niju-shichi. Very good. Oh, wait a minute. Not done yet. Niju-hachi. Niju-kyu. Sanju. Sanju-ichi. Sanju-ni. Sanju-san. Sanju-roku. Sanju-shichi. Sanju-hachi. Sanju-kyu. Yongju. Yongju-ichi. Wow, you're good. Wow. Wait. Yongju-ni. Yongju-ni. Yongju-san. Yongju-yong. Oh, Chidak. Yongju-go. Yongju what? Yongju-roku. Wait a minute. In the back here. Yongju-shichi. Yongju-hachi. Yongju-kyu. See my point? Goju. Goju-ichi. Goju-ni. Goju-san. Goju-yong. Goju-go. Oh, I'm so tired already. Goju-roku. Goju-shichi. Goju-hachi. Oh my God. Goju-kyu. Rokuju. Rokuju-ichi. Rokuju-ni. Rokuju-san. Rokuju-yong. Rokuju-go. Rokuju-roku. Rokuju-shichi. Rokuju-hachi. Oh my, come on. I give up. I give up. How can we be more sustainable? There are, you know what? I have not counted these. There has got to be 200 lights on in this room. I haven't counted these, any of those. How can we be more sustainable? Click. That's fine. Thank you. How about that?
Very good point, actually. It's very impressive how you gain them back. All right, for the third question, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vini Dwi Murni. I'm from International Trade Logistics. So I have a question about circular economy. I would like ask you about how can we design products to fit into circular economic principles such as like true recyclable or durable design. Thank you.
All right. To whom is the question addressed to?
Uh, I would like to ask to
Professor Scott?
Professor Valentine.
Okay. Can you repeat your question, please?
Okay, the question is how can we design the products to fit into circular economy principle such true recyclable or durable design? I asked to the Miss Professor Valentine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
thank you, thank you. I come down here again. No. Okay. Okay, can everybody see this chair? Okay. Okay. So look at this chair, right? If we look underneath your chair, okay. So we have some bolts here, right? Right here. So to take this seat off, it's just 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. We can take this off, okay? So if this gets a tear, if you have a cut, or if it gets dirty, or if you don't like the color, or you don't like the fabric, it's so easy to take off, right? So many chairs are not made like this, you know? So all I need to do is I take this off, and now I can create a new chair cushion, right? The chair cushion I could make out of this plastic. I could use this plastic to create polyester. Do you know polyester? So, right? So I could make polyester shirts from this. So I could also make from here this type of fabric. So then, when I make this, I can then take it off and put it into a mixer, and I can create a new shirt and add some color, add some dye, and create a new chair. So that's one way we can do this. But here's the problem. This comes off, right? This doesn't. There's no screw. You cannot take this off. You have to break the chair to replace this. Yeah. So if this gets cut and I want to buy a new seat, maybe a seat in, what's your favorite color? Blue, okay. If I want to have a blue seat, right? So now I have blue seat, gold back, right? What if it's pink? Pink and no way, right? So the thing is, to make a circular product, you have to have full, we call it design for disassembly. So this is what you as students are learning here, right? You learn how to create products so that we can take this apart really easily and fix it. If we can't fix it, it's not circular. So this one, almost circular, almost, except here, right? So anyway, that's my answer. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. I would like to open the second session. In this session, there will be 3 questions, one from offline and one online, 2 online. Right. Oh, here we can see that the question to Pak Abdes Samad, Professor Abdes Samad. Professor Abdes Samad. Okay, perhaps Professor is not online right now. Professor Abdes Samad, can you hear us? All right, let's come to offline question first. Yes, please.
Okay, my name is Daniel. I come from PLN, National State Company in Indonesia, focusing in electricity sector. I'd like to ask to Professor Valentine about the circular economy. I have several questions. The first one is there any country that already implement circular economy? Also, what does industries or producers and consumers do to accelerate the implementation of circular economy? And also, how circular economy can impact to a national economical growth? That's several questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad to hear you're so interested in this. So, first of all, any countries you asked, right? Darn. Yesterday, I brought many examples of the circular economy. I wish I brought today. So, Denmark and Holland are two nations. Denmark and the Netherlands, really follow the circular economy. Japan too. So, in Japan, this is really interesting. Maybe you don't know this, but in Indonesia, in case there is a war or some other global problem, Indonesia stores rice somewhere. I don't know where. Okay? In Japan, Japan stores rice in a warehouse. 1 year of rice for everybody in Japan is stored in warehouses in Japan. So in Japan, what they do, they have a company that takes the rice. After 5 years, you cannot eat rice anymore. It's gone stale. It's bad. So you have to throw it away. In Japan, they take the rice and they turn it into plastic, and they make things out of the plastic. So it's that type of thinking. When you ask me what countries do that, I bet you Indonesia does that somewhere in Indonesia. Does anyone come from a farm? Anyone from a farm community in Indonesia? No? You're all from the city? Oh, you should go to the farm. You should go to the country. Relax, So the thing is, if you go to an Indonesian farm, I guarantee you they are practicing the circular economy. Right? Why? Because it's good for the economy. If I live on a farm, I want to use everything as much as I can. So if I have some grass, I use it for compost. If I have some manure, I use it for compost. Then I grow some plants. I eat the leaves. I eat the fruit. And so everywhere in the world we do this. But we don't do this as a system yet. So that's what I work on now, right? So can I tell you a quick story? Okay. I used to live in Australia, okay, and I was working for a company called KPMG. It's a consulting company. My customer was a supermarket called Kohl's, right? So I told this story yesterday. So Kohl's, I showed them a picture, okay? The picture is in the supermarket, in the seafood section. There's ice, okay? Ice. On top of ice, you put fish, right? To keep it fresh. Okay. So at the end of the day, we take the fish, we put the fish in the freezer. Now we have ice. It stinks, smells like fish, right? So I showed them a picture of somebody melting the ice with a warm water. And I said, look at this photo. It's worth 7 million Australian dollars. 7 million. And they said, huh? And I said, look, you calculate the time, the person with the hose, you calculate the amount of water, the amount of heat for the water, times 365 days, times 800 stores equals $7 million. And they never even thought that this was a cost. Every day they would do the same stupid thing, every day. And I guarantee you this happens everywhere, right? 200 lights here. We could turn off half these lights and save money, right? See these lights? They're not lighting anything. This is just for ambiance, right? So there are different techniques, different ways we can create ambiance. We don't need to use power. We could use something else, right? Mirrors, for example. So that's the type of thinking for the circular economy that we need to, if that helps. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Scott. Can we back to online question, please? Can we back to online question, please? All right. Professor Abdesamad. Let's move on to the second question, please. Yeah. Next question, please. All right. Professor Martin Trepanier, are you here? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, because Professor Martin Trepanier said that he couldn't be able to join us for the rest of this event, actually, because it's already past midnight there. Yes, indeed. Is there any other? Only this? I'm sorry? Okay, all right. Can we throw the question to you, Professor? All right. It seems like our online question cannot be answered. Oh, yeah, perhaps we can do that. Or any audience can answer for that question. Yes. More question. All right. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Dicky from the robotic engineer. I have question to Professor Scott regarding circular economic. We know how to the remanufacturing the circular economic, then how to we grow from the six business to more business like that. Now is our young people still studying how to we have must how to interpersonal skill we have to bring our set thinking to the more thinking regarding circular economy. It's meaning how much our side have to bring how to say to bring to maybe bring the more business, then we get the more money for the our side like that. Yes, maybe enough. My question.
Yeah. Do you mean that how young people get
Yes.
money from that way of thinking?
Yeah. How do we must create our thinking, the critical thinking to the implement the circular economic to our forward the future.
All right. It's perhaps how to encourage them to make them the way of their thinking to become an entrepreneur.
I wonder, is my presentation slide still on the? Hey, team, can you get my presentation slide back on here? Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi. Hello, my name is Scott Bell. No, I'm not starting again. Not again. Just kidding. Okay. Can we? Can you just go one more? Yeah, thank you. And maybe one more? One more? There. Okay. Okay. You ready? I want to ask you a question. Okay. Look at this. You see this? Right? Okay. You tell me. Where is the connection? Put two of these two companies together. What ideas do you have? Anybody? You tell me. So tomato farm, a tomato farm, okay, what kind of waste do you see at a tomato farm? Okay, when you grow a tomato, right? When you grow tomatoes, beautiful tomatoes, beautiful, ugly. This ugly tomato, we don't sell. What a terrible world, right? It's ugly tomato. We don't want it. Very sad, right? So little ugly tomato goes over here and sits here. Very sad, all by himself. Beautiful tomatoes, off to market. We send to market to sell, right? Ugly tomato, we throw away. What? Really? But this tomato, this ugly tomato, is delicious. What can we do with it? What can we do with it? What would you do with an ugly tomato? You could eat it. What can you make from a tomato? Juice? Juice? Can you make some sort of can you make sambal from tomato? Can you? Right? So Tomato plus pepper equals sambal, right? Tomato, pepper, what else? Fish sauce. That's it? I don't know. My point is, to your question, how can we as an entrepreneur use circular economy thinking? The starting point is, where is the waste? So here, the waste is ugly tomato. What do we do with it? Make pasta sauce, make spaghetti sauce, make anything, okay? Or we take tomato and we can take the tomato leaf, the leaf from the tomato, and we can make it into masks. You can make a mask from a tomato plant. So the question you need to ask whenever you start your business, any business, doesn't matter what business, you just ask yourself, where is the waste and how can we use it? Right? Anybody work in a coffee shop? Come on, really? Nobody works in a coffee shop? Oh, you are too rich. You're too rich. You don't need to work. No? Really? Truly? Nobody. Nobody works in a coffee shop. Okay? So you think about coffee, right? A coffee ground. Coffee ground. What can you do with the old coffee ground? You know what coffee is great for? Mushrooms. I can grow mushrooms on top of coffee. You know, so it's that type of thinking. Yeah, that's my answer. Good question. It's a good question. Thanks. All right. Whoa. There we go.
Yeah. Tomato sauce. Yes, indeed. Ketchup. Yeah, ketchup, tomato sauce. Yes, indeed. All right. Is that answering your question, Mr. What do we call it again? Yeah, all right. Unfortunately, due to our limited time, sadly, we have to end this session. And again, thank you so much and our greatest appreciation to all of the keynote speakers who have shared their amazing thoughts in presentations in which giving us a very productive morning. Thank you so much for your attendance and participation, ladies and gentlemen. Hope for the best in the future. I am Nika Haryanti, handing back to MC. Thank you.
Thank you for the honored speakers and our moderator for giving us a wonderful opening session. For the speakers and the moderator, please remain on the stage for a minute to carry out the handing of the digital certificates and merchandise as our token of appreciation. And for this, I would like to invite Mr. Bambang Hendrawan to hand the merchandise to the speakers. Going with Mr. Bambang, we will also invite Madam Mufida to also hand the merchandise to the speakers. First certificate will be given to Professor Martin Chapenier. Please give us a round of applause. Second certificate and merchandise will be given to Professor Scott Victor Valentine. Please give us a round of applause. Third certificate and merchandise will be given to Professor Muhammad Syaiful Rizal bin Abdul Hamid. Please give us a round of applause. Fourth certificate will be given to Professor Abdes Samad Aitel Kadi. Please give us a round of applause. And the fifth certificate will be given to Professor Thierry Delou. Please give us a round of applause. Once again, thank you to all of the speakers and Madam Moderator for the wonderful session that you have given. But before we go back to our seats, however, we would like to have a little bit of a photo session to document our opening sessions. And for the online keynote speakers, please turn on your camera and put on your best faces with everyone here for the camera. And dear photographers, please give us a countdown. All right. Thank you for the lovely photos. Now, Mr. Director, keynote speakers, Madam Mufida, and Madam Moderator, you may go ahead and return to your seats. All right. Sorry. For the committee, you may also go ahead to the stage to also participate in the photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue this event further with a little bit of a refresher. Our conference is designed to delve into the latest developments and research in applied engineering, economics, and social sciences. We have an array of engaging sessions, including panel discussions, paper presentations, and workshops led by experts from around the world. We encourage all attendees to actively participate in these sessions, ask questions, and share your insights, as this is a unique opportunity to learn, collaborate, and contribute to the advancement of knowledge in these vital fields. But hold your horses, because now time has shown to be 12:37 p.m. And this means we will go on to a break. You may go ahead to get some food, especially for the presenters. You could pick up your lunch at the lobby of the Muhammad Nasir building, and for the Muslims, you could do your Zuhur prayer, and for all of you, to have some good rest. We will then continue the conference at 1:30 p.m. at your preferred conference locations that has been stated in the schedule. We will return here and meet again for the closing ceremony at 4 p.m., in which we will have the awarding for the best paper for the International Conference of Applied Economics, the best paper for the International Conference of Applied Economics and Social Sciences, and last but not least, the best poster conference. Do enjoy the conference, have some rest, and we'll be seeing you later.